Right. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back to game 508. It was Lord of the Rings Tactics on the PSP. Happy Saturday, everybody. Vaynard, hello, how's it going? Hero, how's it going? Arietta, thank you so much for the 10 months of awesome support. How's it going? Zero Diane, hello. Baines, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Welcome back to some more Lord of the Rings. We're playing the good side, the fellowship side. We'll probably be able to beat this today, I imagine. I mean, it was, what, 12 and a half hours for the Mordor side, and, now that we kind of know what we're doing, plus there was some tough battles so far, but for the most part, you're getting more fellowship when you're fighting the evil side, versus the evil side, you're often, just, to the heroes. So, once we start getting our big AoE spells, that's when we're gonna start, massacring everybody. Of course, I'll have to grind some money to afford those when we get those, but yeah, tried uploading these VODs to YouTube. YouTube's like, nope. We're gonna have to I'll have to do a whole bunch of song erasing just to even get the VODs to even like be publishable at all on YouTube. It's gonna be fun. Here's red, the screen is blue. I think he just listed deleted System 32. Great little holiday rhyme. How's it going, Amelia? I'm not familiar with Ragnarok Tactics, in terms of how the combat works. So the combat system in this one, it's not like your typical tactics, Fire Emblem style tactics where your team moves and the enemy team moves, kind of thing. Like you move each unit individually. So what happens is that, I mean, it'll probably be easier to show you. So timer for forget. When you have basically two phases in each fight, in each round. So you have the movement phase and the combat phase. In the movement phase, you basically tell your units where they where they should go. You can set waypoints as well to lead them, a certain direction to get there. And then the phase happens and everybody moves at once. So both the enemy team and your team moves at once. If anybody kind of runs into each other, usually they'll stop, especially if they run into an enemy that their movement stops at that point. So you kind of want to try and move your units in a way that you kind of have to predict where the enemy's going to go and kind of move your units in accordance to that. And obviously, if you want, to have your tanks constantly chasing the enemies. If you're in melee range of an enemy, they can't use range attacks. So obviously, if you got an enemy that's pretty good with range attacks, you want to try to get up close and personal, right? To prevent them from, using their range attacks on anybody else. And then, but it also makes it really hard to get away from an enemy, because once you're next to an enemy, if you try to walk away, odds are the enemy is going to walk towards you, and that's going to prevent you from running away. So as soon as you're within range of an enemy, as soon as you're touching each other, you both stop. So it makes it really hard if you're trying to purposely get somewhere. You kind of have to use your other guys to almost to block them. It's kind of tricky. Some heavy editing. Luckily, YouTube has an erase song feature, which basically just tries to get rid of the audio in the background, but keep the voices and sound effects and stuff like that. It reduces the audio quality a little bit, but as long as the VOD can be they're not gonna be monetizable. That's 100%, unless I remove every single song in the game. that's not gonna be monetizable. But as long as they can be published, I'll have to do multiple passes to get enough songs out of there just to make the VODs publishable. So it's gonna be fun. Alright, so we got Enduil's Fury 2. 2 strong attacks. Might as well. These strong multi-hit ones. What level are they now? 9? I wonder what level the probably like level 10 when they get their big AoE spell. I don't think anybody's level 10 yet, are they? If anybody's gonna be level 10 to be Frodo. Seems to be like the highest level for some odd reason. Oh, he does. He's level 9, so I guess different characters get it at different times. Alright, so Frodo has an AoE, but I don't know if we're going to be able to use him anytime soon. And odds are Frodo's just going to... It's going to be battles with Frodo and Sam. You're not going to have... Oh, give me his Earthquake. The one person that should have a big AoE attack doesn't. He doesn't even have like a... I don't even have the... oh, we finally got Storm of Ishtar too, so that'll help. Need to get some money. Alright, what we got? So we're gonna have Aragorn, Gandalf, Legolas, Eomer. Assuming... I don't know, maybe Legolas has one. So might grind some money to get Gandalf's second attack there. Legolas, does he have anything cool? No. I should buff him up a bit, though. We don't use him that much, but... Sylvan's Fury is kind of pointless, because it's like, yeah, like Legolas is mainly going to be range attack, so there's no point in really giving him some sort of melee buff like that. But you have True Shot too. I'm still not convinced that range attack at plus 25% to hit actually increases your chance to hit. It seems like it reduces your chance to hit, so something's broken on that one. This could be useful, especially since the enemy is probably going to start using fear on us. It's relatively cheap as well. It's the elves. See, these buffs are awful. Like unless you're not in range of anybody to attack, then in which case, like, okay, you know, I have nothing to do on my turn. I might as well cast a buff. Otherwise, it just doesn't seem to be worth it. Not for 2 turns. Even if it was for the entire like length of the of the match, I don't know if they'd even be worth it. But if you're in range of attacking, just don't waste your turn buffing yourself and you get some extra damage in. Alright, let's grind a little bit of money. Just main thing is I definitely want to get this Storm of Ishtar 2. And Gandalf's gonna be like from practically every map, it seems. So yeah, let's go grind on the weather top. It's probably the easiest map to grind on. Especially since we can easily do this in one round. Need to do enough damage to... We need to do like 30 damage to the Witch King, which is super easy to do in one round. Movement. Pendul's Fury. Let's see how much damage this does. Damn. Good recurring rate. Witch King is already half dead. Witch King realized fighting some level 9 hobbits is a bad idea. Should turn off all these videos. It's probably also going to get... I mean, 100%, like every VOD I put of this game on YouTube is going to get content ID, like unmonetizable, 100%. unless I basically just display a blank screen with no audio. So, whatever. Already won. Yeah, pretty much. I'll get the save screens. I mean, I could basically if I muted all the VODs, like 100% muted. I mean, obviously I'd still get content ID on those video visual matches, I guess, even if there was no audio. But I'd have to like turn off movies, and I mean, I guess if I really wanted to, I could just like, oops. Could always like do this and then this, and this would be like probably safe for streaming, but you know, everybody here can get to enjoy the real experience. And everybody on YouTube, sorry. Fellowship of the Grind. Gotta grind that cash. They should give us more money. They definitely don't give you anywhere near enough money to like get any of your abilities without grinding like crazy. I mean, for the most part, like, most of this VOD will be on YouTube unaltered. There are a couple places, there's a couple songs I have to basically, like, erase, otherwise the VOD will, like, literally not be able to be displayed on YouTube. It'll be blocked 100%. But most of the other music will still be intact. I just won't be able to monetize the VOD, which is totally fine. YouTube is definitely not there for income in any way. It's just a place to it's a place to back up all the VODs. I just barely won that one. Yeah. I mean, usually a strike will only happen if they manually go in and put a strike on. Like, if I was uploading the movie, probably. I doubt anybody from, you know, Warner is going to go watch the VOD of somebody playing, you know, Lord of the Rings Tactics and like, oh crap, no, I don't want anybody... This channel is going to be banned. Ban this channel. But who knows, right? Especially with multiple VODs, I mean, it could always happen, but... And then, of course, I could, like, just all of a sudden the channel's gone instantly because of, like, 6, 7 VODs of one movie. But if that would have happened by now with the other games, like Lord of the Rings, the Three Towers, or the Third Age and all that stuff, so... Yeah. I mean, 100%, if you upload anything with any game with like any sort of Lord of the Rings stuff, you're gonna get monetization. Like, you'll have like, you look at the copyright thing and it's just like 50 entries long. It's like, all right. So that's not a surprise there, I guess. But all right, let's get this. Those look great. Must get all those spells. Yeah, it's not even worth it. I mean, it's like an extra 10 damage. Not worth it. This could be a good heal, I guess, but... If anything, it'd be better getting like the AoE attacks on the other guys, but... Again, Gimli's not going to be in this next battle, so... Legolas, again, I don't think... I guess I'll get this one because it's cheap. And fear resistance could be useful. Give him some haste and dexterity, maybe. More grinding, more! Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected when you're playing any game with any licensed game. It's gonna happen. It's just there's no, especially when games literally just take clips from the movie. These games were intended to be played back when this came out, and that's it. You know, there's never any sort of concept of streaming the gameplay back then, right? Hey, Monic. Well, I mean, I've already beat the Mordor side. I'm just doing the Fellowship side. Should be able to beat this today. Unless there's like some maps that are like extra hard. I've already gone through like one that was kind of a pain in the... Oh, come on. Missed, really? Guess we'll have to fight him in 2 turns. No, no Excel. I mean, I just like organizing all that stuff. It's pretty much like the OCD of just making all this stuff, you know, making all the stuff work well. I mean, I kind of knew early on I wanted to make sure everything is organized, right? Like all my collection, like all photos and manual scans and all that stuff, and obviously the spreadsheet for the games. It's just, you know, you gotta start off being organized, otherwise you're gonna have a hard time later on. And when, I mean, it's easier once you kind of do it piecemeal, right? It's not like I'm doing it all in one shot. Like, you know, I get some new games in my collection, you know, take some photos. The manual scans I'm kind of doing over time. It's just not, you know... Like, at this point I've basically scanned, like, pretty much everything on the PSP, everything on the PS2, PS1. All those are basically 100% scanned. Xbox, I guess, GameCube, all the Ultra systems. Slowly but surely going to go through, like, the PS3 and... you know, DS and stuff like that for manuals, so those will take a while, but yeah, you gotta do it a bit at a time. And that's it, yeah, you gotta plan early from the beginning. If you don't, it's gonna be, it's gonna be hard. I mean, I've been doing this for like almost 10 years now, so it's one of those things you just kind of, you start doing and you just keep going. Let's get some dexterity. Let's get these 2, so we need 2 more battles. That should be good for now. Distant TV. Yeah, I mean, there's probably like some, you know, some stuff like at E3s and stuff like that. You'd had, I mean, I'm assuming for the most part they were just recording on off the handhelds. Especially, I mean, when this game came out on the PSP, there was no video out on the PSP 1000 series, right? That was only added in the 2000 series. So the only way of getting gameplay footage for something like this would have been to either literally film it off the PSP, or you probably had to get a special development unit that had some sort of video out. So I'm sure they existed, but they weren't something that you would be buying. So anyway, you look at it. This game, when this game came out, it was no feasible way for anybody to, you know, to have, other than seeing somebody playing it live in front of them. Nobody was seeing this. What happens when you finish when you reach the finish line? I'll probably be 6 feet under by the time I hit the finish line. It's gonna be so far in the future. I mean, the finish line keeps moving, keeps like moving ahead there. I mean, they probably with the way I have the challenge structured where I'm playing only physical releases, that there will be a point where there's no more physical releases. Like I'm sure the next generation of consoles. I mean, we already see it with the Switch 2, where the vast majority of games released for the Switch 2 are not physical, especially if you don't count game key cards. I mean, that might change in the future because with developers being kind of pissed off and consumers about these game key cards, Nintendo might like backpedal and it's like, oh yeah, we can release some games on like smaller size carts or whatever. So we might see more physical releases for the Switch 2, but the next Xbox obviously isn't going to have a physical drive. The next PlayStation, are we going to see a physical drive on the PlayStation 6? I mean, they already removed it for the PlayStation 5 Pro, so I I wouldn't be surprised if the current generation PS5 is going to be the last physical drive machine. So no, for my list, I don't count game keycards. Only games that would be released like on an actual standalone cart. So far, the only one which is already on other systems and already is Cyberpunk 2077. It's the only game that has like an actual physical cart release on the Switch 2. But that's obviously just a port of a game that's on other systems. So the only game that might actually come out on that system in the foreseeable future is going to be Fire Emblem. That's going to be like a Switch 2 exclusive and come out on a physical cart. Other than that, I mean, practically all the other games that have Switch 2 versions are like Switch 1 carts with like Switch 2 upgrades, like Pokemon and Hades 2 as examples. So, oh yeah, it's been a fun trip. All these different eras of games. Let's get Mark Paste. And then get one more match, and we'll get the Mark of Agility. I'm going chronologically for the most part. The exception is every 5 games I do a fast forward, where I choose 5 games at random, and you guys get to vote which one gets played. So 510. The voting will end at the end of this game, so I have like 1 game worth of time to kind of prepare it or whatever. Yeah, and I'm only playing games that were released officially in English. So no fan translations, but if the game has any sort of actual physical release in English anywhere in the world, I'll play. It's on my list. So games, there's a few PAL, or not necessarily PAL, but like Europe-only releases. In the modern era, there's a lot of games that were released in Asia, but with English localizations built in, like especially on the Switch and PS4. So those are on the list. But if it has no physical English release, then it won't be on the list. Yeah, pretty much right at this point, we're pretty much in the holiday season of 2005. So we're getting close to... Let's see how far we are there from the in 2006. Obviously, the holiday season is always dense. Where is it? Let's see. So the first game in 2006 should be... I think Wild Arms 4, which is game 521. So yeah, we got another 10 or so games before we reach 2006. Yep. Lots of games. So many games. I mean, at this point, basically, like, the entirety of the PS1 has been beaten, the entirety of all the, the earlier consoles, like the NES and SNES. Of course, stuff like SNES, there's a huge number of games that never came out, like, in English. Like, there's a lot of games in Japan, there's a lot of fan translations. PS1 era, we got a good chunk of games that probably would have never come to the States. So they definitely increased the localization, I guess, in that era. Yeah, the OG Xbox is done now. Now I played the last game that I had missed there. So original Xbox was 100%. Dreamcast, the PS2 is gonna be going for a while. PS2 is definitely going well into the PS3 era. GBA is still going to be going for a little while, even though the DS is now out. The PSP is obviously out, since this is our second official PSP game, not counting the fast forwards. Well, there's a couple of non-licensed games that were released on like Genesis later on. There were RPGs. Same thing. Actually, no, Dreamcast isn't done. Sorry, there's still 2 Dreamcast games. Because again, games that were released like in the future, but unlicensed. As long as it has a physical release, it's not a limited run. I mean, some of those, you can argue some of those unlicensed ones have limited runs, but they weren't released with, we're releasing 1,000 units of this and that's it, like they do with limited run games, right? So those kind of games where it's like specifically a limited quantity launched, I don't keep on my list. But games that are like, retail release, like no specific X number. 2014, yeah. So yeah, there's definitely a couple of unlicensed later releases. Alright, this should be good for now. Let's make a save, let's do that map. Well, for the fast forwards, the any games that have previously showed up on the fast forwards retain their votes. So Nep Nep is an example of one that came in with like 80-something votes already from the previous showing. So any game that goes up again, any game that's a new one that never showed up before in the fast forward pick, going up against something like that, that's gonna be hard. Oftentimes when Nep Nep shows up, you have the anti-Nep Nep forces that vote on like whatever the highest game other than Nep Nep, and then Nep Nep. So that's how it's lost before, but now because it's such a big lead, plus we have a lot of short games, so there's not a lot of time for people to vote. It's a pretty short turnaround for the fast forward votes here. Because, man, the last 3 games, including this one, have been short, like really short. No special conditions, kill all enemies. You divide your heroes to handle the 3-pronged attack of the enemy. Use your skills wisely. Can we just, like, I don't know, have them come to us? Well, Nep Nep is just one of those, like... It's just one of those fan service games that people either like or don't like, right? It's very polarizing. Gandalf the White is here. Is he gonna have an outfit change now?
Pull them back! Fall back! Fall back! Get them inside!
Oh yeah, I've definitely heard retro achievements. I play my game on real hardware though, so no retro achievements compatibility with real hardware, but it's definitely a good way of people like, playing these older games, and people love achievements. It's always great seeing like a trophy pop up or something, so. And yeah, turbo speed is definitely useful. Especially when games like this one here runs like ass on real hardware. So I imagine on emulation where you can just make it, run smoothly would help a lot. Oops. Block that off. Yomer. Makes the speed up 3 times, yeah. Helps a lot. Obviously, that's something that, like, modern games have actually, you know, kind of fixed. A lot of modern games can't include those options built in because they know people don't want to sit through, like a long combat, repetitive combat, right? Yeah, I guess there's no point in using... Well, you can use an AoE here right now, because everybody should be close together. He'll get his AP back anyways, so... Why did they put Legolas so far back? I usually only play the console version. I mean, I might, like, I have a physical collection of pretty much everything from the PS1 on. I didn't have any of, like, the older stuff. Like, the older hardware, the older systems, I basically emulated anything up to like, the SNES and stuff like that. And most of the handhelds, at least the GBA and stuff, PSP, DS, those are all gotta be on real hardware. I have a modded DS. PSP has a component out, so got a little tether of cables coming out of this one, but yay, Saber. But yeah, I prefer playing on the real hardware. Just nothing like playing on the real hardware. Definitely not against emulation anyway, though. I mean, like I'm a collector, so you know, I have a bunch of money kind of spent into those things, but I definitely wouldn't expect anybody to go out there and, you know, spend that kind of money on playing these games. A lot of these games are basically abandoned at this point, so emulate away. And like you said, stuff like retro achievements you can't get on real hardware. It gives you a reason to, like, play some of these old games. So exactly, experience it the way it was meant to be experienced. With games like this, I think playing on emulation would probably be a better idea. Man, this game just runs at a horrible frame rate. It's painful. So I should be going up here. I wonder where the other guys are going to spawn. Are they going to spawn from over... They're probably going to spawn over here, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe I should not go too far. They did say there's going to be a 3-pronged attack or whatever. Stay on the stairs, I guess. Damn it. I got Gandalf and the other guy to move into each other, so they just don't. It's kind of annoying. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games back then, they just expected you to play the game for, like, weeks and months. So, like, any sort of quality of life stuff, like save states, were just, like, nah. Nowadays, people don't have that kind of time. Play the game the way you want to play it. Don't play the game the way that, you know. It's way better to enjoy the game to... No, it's out of range. Attack! Yep. Get wrecked. I suppose they don't have a, Set for rough. Dara, thanks so much for the sub. Thanks for the support. Go over here. Should keep these guys here because the enemies are definitely gonna be spawning out of the back. 100%. This guy, no, this guy can't even move, so. I think they're gonna come out. My guess is over here, so let's position them in a position where I can get ready for these. In fact, let's get Legolas closer over here. Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. Hindsight is, you know, hindsight is 20/20, right? Back then, they weren't considering these kind of things. Nowadays, it's definitely like a necessity. Is a triumph of human ingenuity and craftsmanship. This game is definitely a thing that exists. Alright, first group done. Wait. We killed them so fast that we just finished the map before we even got they even got reinforcements. That's pretty funny. I don't think the game expected me to beat them that fast. Pretty sure I've had maps where, you know, that wasn't a thing. Where, like, if you... Even if you defeated everything, the reinforcements showed up afterwards. This might be a good one to grind. If I can just murder everything before they even spawn. This game is definitely a thing that exists. This is a game of the time. This is the best tactics game I played on the PSP. Trying to think, did I play any other tactics game on the PSP? What have I played so far on the PSP? I played Persona 2. I played, I guess when I played Tales of Destiny 2, I played Tales of Eternia instead. I played, obviously, the Untold Legends game. That was the first PSP release. Yeah, the Legend of Heroes game there, Tears of Vermilion. You're well good, man. It's going great. Yeah, the Balrog fight was kind of cool. It's also fun just beating the Balrog. Disgaea, did I play Disgaea on this one? I did play the Disgaea one. I played Disgaea 1 complete on the PS4. I did play the what the hell was it? The Bermuda Triangle there. Forget the other part of the name. The other NIS game. But yeah, I played. So I guess this would be the worst one I played. Yeah, Phantom Brave. So this is the second best tactics RPG I played on the PSP so far. There you go. The PSP is probably gonna have some bangers I hear stuff like Jeanne d'Arc is going to be pretty good. So I'm sure there's going to be better than this game by far. Alright, so what we get next? Alright, so we got Gandalf, Legolas, and a bunch of Ents, so... Alright. I kind of want to grind on that last battle, though. You could probably get some good experience, too. 90 ale. Alright, Legolas, you got anything cool? True Shot 3 unlocked. We haven't... Oh, we do have the AoE. Okay, so let's grind money for that. Does Gandalf have his yet? Nice. Alright, so we need 50... Need 40... Yep. How much was his? Yeah, we need 5,500 bucks here to get both their AoEs. Time to spend some money. So yeah, maybe if I regrind that last map, because it was 1,100 gold. That was what, 3 turns? It was very fast, whatever it was. The 2 Tactics games I played, this the top 2. You know. I mean, considering this have been, like, in terms of release order, this would have been the second PSP RPG and the first Tactics RPG. So this definitely would have been the best Tactics RPG on the PSP when this came out. And second best RPG. So Total Legends is definitely more fun. Yeah, so you'll need to divide your heroes to handle the 3-pronged attack by the enemy. So 100% there were supposed to be more spawns, they just took too long to spawn. I killed these guys way too fast. I'll take it. Would have been faster if Legolas got a little closer, but... Look at this amazing frame rate. You can almost count the frames. Yeah, the console Lord of the Rings games are okay. The Third Age was okay until you got to the point where, you know, they ran out of time. So that was fun. I'm right here, actually. I guess he doesn't really matter because he's just gonna... I won't be able to use Eomer at all in this battle. I was big into MMOs back in the day, but I don't think I had time to try Lord of the Rings, or when I tried it, it wasn't, you know, as good as some of the other stuff I was playing at the time, so I didn't really give it much of a chance. I missed that second attack. Oh, still dead. humor out of the way so it doesn't stop Legolas from moving. Hey, Odysseus. How's it going? Dunedain's Wrath. Diablo 4. How's that coming along? Easy peasy. Yeah, it's a really easy one to grind. Victory! Plus we actually get decent XP too, which always helps. It isn't only 900 gold. Like it's probably still faster just to do the Weathertop Mountain one over and over. I guess once you get the first chunk of XP, you get barely any XP for redoing the battles, so they definitely don't want you to like just grind to like super high levels. It was, yes. Unfortunately. See, Diablo 2, I'd love to play Diablo 2. I mean, I can always make exceptions down the road. Right now, I have no plans of adding digital only releases, but you know, that might change in the future, especially, you know, when physical releases stop being a thing. So, who knows? I may make special exceptions for stuff like, you know, Trails of the Sky SC and, you know, the third chapter or whatever. Because I'll play the first one on the PSP, but I won't play 2 or 3. So, technically I won't play 2 or 3 until the re-release is way in the future, right? Which aren't even out yet. I mean, technically I've already played digital release, because of, since I had a digital version of Fire Emblem 1 on the Switch. I played that one when we got a Fire Emblem fast forward pick back in the day, so I already played some digital games technically. And I also have some other ones like there's some games that come with digital versions of the original game. So like some sequels, I should say, that came with original versions of or digital versions of the previous games which were never released in English before. So some of those are on the list technically. Yeah, I mean, if I do digital releases, it might be like kind of a just specific releases instead of just a bunch of like just total crap. And next to last chapter for the DLC. Nice. How many hours have you put in so far? 1,000 gold. Alright, one more time and I'll have enough to buy the Legoluses. I wonder if Gimli can even cast that earthquake thing. One thing it doesn't tell you is the actual casting cost of these. Like, you don't see how much it costs to use it unless you buy it. We had that on Lutz. I bought his ability and it's like, shit, I can't use this. $100, not too bad. I mean, not too bad, but I guess for like a quote-unquote life service game. I wonder if Diablo is going to be playable in the future. Once, you know, Microsoft goes under. I do. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Dragon Quest VIII. I played that back in the day. I'm pretty sure I never beat it back in the day. I mean, if anything, I bought Dragon Quest VIII because it came with the demo of Final Fantasy 12. So that was my reason to buy Dragon Quest VIII, because really, other than the Dragon Quest 1 at that point, I'd never really played any of the previous Dragon Quests. It was really like... I'd never touched 7, and, you know, after 1, I never really played 2, 3, or 4 on the NES. That's all we got in North America until, not counting all the re-releases there, until 8. But, yeah, I definitely enjoyed Dragon Quest 8 more than I enjoyed Final Fantasy 12, so... But, yeah, I don't think I ever beat it. You don't have a Battle.net account? Somebody not moving? Isn't everybody moving? Oh, it's like I didn't select the moved. Surprised they haven't. I mean, I'm sure they'll re-release Dragon Quest VIII at some point. I mean, I guess they did with the DS or 3DS version or whatever, but I wouldn't be surprised if they re-release it after Dragon Quest VII Reimagined or whatever the hell they're releasing next year. I wouldn't be surprised if Dragon Quest VIII is next. I'll put that on modern systems, because Dragon Quest VIII looks like a game that could easily be like HDified. Like, it looks pretty damn good for a PS2 game, so let's get some, you know, higher resolution textures and models, and that game is already is ready to go, right? Very easy to do. Yeah. They'll do it at some point. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Squeenix definitely realizes that remasters are, you know, the way to go in terms of, you know, relatively easy money and... Yeah, exactly. So, you can already make the game look great, so... We only get a single attack with that Endril's Fury thing. Wow, that was horrible. Right, we might have to wait for the second round on this one. That was horrible. Good, bad RNG on this one. Fallout show. I've watched like 1 or 2 episodes. Probably gonna watch the whole thing at some point, but haven't had a chance to really do so. I really hope I don't get another spawn of dudes here, because it's absolutely horrid RNG on this one. What the fuck? Everybody missed. What is going on with the RNG? And everybody's getting blocked and like, what the actual hell? Yeah, we're gonna get another spawn of guys before we can beat this one. This is ridiculous. I think this is our last chance there to kill everything before they get a new spawn. Spring Quest 9, yeah. Yeah, 9 is one of those that probably... Oh, shit. Okay, I better just restart here, because... Alright, so... I don't know what turn this is on, but they get them during the combat turn on this. So it's a good one to grind if you manage to kill everybody before they get the reinforcements. And Gandalf is getting absolutely garbage RNG there on those. I don't know if the chance to hit is based on... If it's based on his agility, his dexterity, or if it's based on his spirit. It's probably better just to max out his spirit anyways. I know I'm gonna have to do more rounds, but let's just get this too. God. Yeah, Steam is just a shit pile. Trying to find any decent games in that. It's just like it's impossible. Imagine trying to be like an indie developer without like any sort of budget for marketing, which I mean most indie developers don't. How the hell would you get your game even like noticed? You wouldn't. Yeah. Like any sort of like cheap ass asset flip trash should just not be allowed, but you know, it's one of those things if you put any sort of you know, limits, it just makes for any like legitimate releases, it makes it harder for them, right? It just makes you wonder like who's releasing all this other trash? Like what's the point of releasing this stuff? Like are they hoping they'll be picked up by some just I guess people farm badges, so you do get some people just buying these shit games for badges, I guess. I don't know. $1,000 games had no reviews at all. 8,000 had less than 5 reviews on Steam. Yeah, not a surprise. Like, who's actually picking these games up? Like, is anybody picking these games up? must be somebody. What the hell? What was that? Completely, like, both of his attacks just whiffed there. And I think we got lucky on the first two fights. This is just bad. I think I should just restart here because like the first guy, the first two times I did this match, the first dude here died on the first fight, on the first attack. Now he's like still alive. Achievements in Gamer Store, but like they should be like who really cares about achievements on these like garbage games? If people just want a higher score for just that's it. Got to raise your EPing with the these shitty ass like asset flip games. Like I don't know, it just seems like it's just what it should be is like okay, like anybody can get their game on the platform. But then for like achievements, maybe there's like a certain limit. You can't have achievements unless, you know, unless your game like sells like X number of copies, and then you can like and at that point the achievements activate, and anybody who like earn those achievements now, you know, like they unlock them automatically kind of thing. Like some sort of pending achievement thing, like there's something to limit these. I don't know. There's got to be ways of them to do it. Plus gamer score in 10 minutes, yeah. And those definitely existed on the Xbox and the PlayStation there, but they're less common because I guess it was more expensive to release a game on those digital platforms. Steam, it's what, like $100 or something like that, and they can put a game out. Anybody can put a game out. All right, should have this. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people obviously do. It's so crazy you can win this before the first spawn of reinforcements. Like, reinforcements show up at the gates, like, shit, everybody else is dead. I guess we're just gonna turn around and leave. The big question is, who buys those cards? Like, it boggles my mind that there's actually, like, a market for these things. Like, what are people buying them for? Like, what's the point of having these? It's a collection thing, I guess, but it's just, like, I could see people, like, playing game to get them, but, like, who's buying them? Like, I don't understand. Level up your profile, it's just, how about just removing that aspect of it? I guess Steam wants to, you know, I mean, they probably get a cut every time somebody does stuff like that, so it's like sells these things. So I guess they're just trying to make a buck, I guess. But I don't know. It's weird. Like 40 cents an hour, yeah. Sulfur FOMO, yeah. It just makes you really wonder. Yeah. Like, yeah, I got a card that I didn't earn by myself. Woo. I'm the best. I mean, I did my platinum hunting, you know, era there. Like I understand like the wanting to like get every platinum trophy. I didn't care what the hell I was picking up game wise. I just because this wanted that sweet platinum. But I don't know. There's a limit. I'm definitely done with that era. This actually misses like his attacks half the time. Yeah, Counter-Strike skins, yeah. That's another thing that makes no sense to me, like gun skins. Like really? Skin, like who's gonna be looking at people's guns like, oh my god, look at the gun you have. I'm so jealous, like it just boggles the mind. Galadriel and Elrond. Yeah, how long does the rings, like, isn't Rings of Power like a couple thousand years before Lord of the Rings or something? It's the same guy twice here. Got one more round to kill these guys before the dudes spawn. This is gonna be tight. Oops. You have to keep trying to milk the series. Of course they do. I mean, it's been like a couple decades since the series was, you know, relevant. I mean, Star Wars is the same thing, right? So Lord of the Rings is definitely not the only series that they get milked to shit. That block was not good. Probably would have been fine if Aragorn didn't, damn it. We're not gonna have another turn here. Yeah. Just had to get blocked. I mean, a lot of the games could have been good if they kept them in the oven a little longer, but as with pretty much everything that's licensed there's always a very strict time limit, like this needs to be out for, you know, this game, or this movie's release or whatever, so... Like, stuff like Third Age, if it was actually, like, finished instead of just rushed out there, could have been good. The first part of Third Age was pretty good, and then you get to the second half, you're like, well, I guess they gave up here. Give me something like Witcher 3 Lord of the Rings, yeah.
Fall back for the king!
Yeah, at this point now, they could probably release like a really good, you know, RPG based on Lord of the Rings and take their time with it because there's no, you know, movie to release or whatever. It's just licensing, right? That's always the problem with these kind of games is like the amount of money you got to throw into it. You know, if you want to use any of the likenesses of the artists there, I mean, there's... Are you going to be able to? Like, I'm sure a lot of these artists are not going to want their likenesses. You know, back when these games came out, it was probably part of their contract, right? They were forced to. It's not like they had a choice. But are you going to see that nowadays? Like, I'm pretty sure there's nothing that's going to allow you to use their likenesses. You can release games that are, you know, you probably get a license and then not use their likenesses, but whenever you have a big movie franchise like this, everybody expects Legolas to look like Legolas. You know what I mean? They expect the, you know, Gandalf to look the way he does. It's hard to see these characters other than their actual likenesses in the movies, because that's just, you know, that's what everybody has seen now. Any other likeness is just like, oh, this doesn't look right. This isn't the Gandalf I know. It's like Magic the Gathering. Was it good or bad for Magic the Gathering? Yep. What is with these shitty... Oh, man, what is with this RNG, man? Double miss on the Storm Vishtar. A double attack by... Everybody's missing. It's just horrible. It's another one we're gonna have to, like, just give up on. Oops. New Zealand Airways ad Lord of the Rings in-flight safety video featuring not Gandalf and not Gimli. Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to, like, just grind money, but when half of the battles you have to, like, nope it out of there because, the bad RNG there, it's probably still faster going through the Weathertop battles. I get 900 bucks here, and I can basically, if I get good RNG, I can kill everybody within 2 turns. If I get decent RNG, I can kill them within 3 turns. If I get bad RNG, I have to quit. And the Weathertop one, I can get like 400 bucks in 1 turn, so definitely faster doing the Weathertop thing, I think. What's with these AoEs? You suck, Gandalf. Come on. Yeah, go ahead. Link away. Of course they're still selling. It's FOMO. That's sweet, sweet FOMO. Jesus, Link. Let's see. That's not Aragorn. That's not the Aragorn I expect. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the art is probably closer to the, you know, descriptions in the book. And that's always the problem with any kind of games like this. Or any sort of media. You have, like, the book, like, expectations, and then you have the movie. And when everybody tries to do anything other than, like, the actual book at that point, it's just like, this is not the one I expect. Let's hope we can kill these guys. It's not a good start. Yeah. I almost wanted to pick up some of the Final Fantasy ones just because, you know, it's Final Fantasy. You know, I've never wanted to or planned to play Magic the Gathering. There's no way we can kill this guy in this 1 turn. You know, these guys are gonna spawn, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Some horrible RNG again. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Weathertop. That one's reliable. This one just isn't. The Vivi card. But of course, any of those card sets, like, they're so ridiculously expensive to collect. Because, you know, everybody's just grabbing them up. People are either grabbing them up in order to, you know, to collect them, or you scalp them. There's so much scalping in those things. It's crazy. Like Pokemon, like, I'm sure, like, 3/4 of the Pokemon cards out there are being scalped. maybe, maybe is illegal. Maybe too strong. Was the Aerith on the Magic the Gathering closer to her Final Fantasy VII version or her Final Fantasy VII remake version? Or something completely different? Rip that guy. Much more reliable money. You look like AI. That's the problem nowadays. Is like people always think like, oh, this art that looks kind of shit. It's got to be AI. It's like no, somebody just sucked at making it. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff like that will be made of AI, but can't use that as your first assumption. Something looks like shit. Oh, it's got to be AI. No, somebody just did a bad job. Well, you got a lot of different artists, right? You don't have like one artist drawing all these cards. That wouldn't be very hard to do. So that's always the problem when you have a lot of different artists working on the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, it's hard to do. It's hard to get consistency and stuff like that. Yep. Yeah, there's that too. Let's try different styles just to be, you know, just appeal to everybody. Some people might not like this art style. Some people might not like that art style. So hey, if you have a bit of both, then it's gonna appeal to somebody out there. So much for hitting them one turn. Oh shit. I think I just moved into a position where like neither of my guys can hit Witch King. That's annoying. Mono's was AI art. Yeah. I mean, Mono's art does look like AI to begin with, so
Things are now in motion that cannot be undone. The Ents are going to wake up and find that they are strong.
Be careful. Even in defeat, Saruman is dangerous.
This exile, crept from the shadows, will never be crowned king. You are all going to die. But you know this, don't you, Gandalf? Then let's just have his head and be done with it.
Yeah, the genie's been put out of the bottle now, so even if AI, the whole AI movement, then the bubble busts, it's just you're gonna have so much AI slop for a long time to come. So. This guy's just a bow. That's all he is. He's just a bow. $325 AP. It's like most of my AP. I can cast this twice, or I can just cast the big AoE once. Amazing. I should have bought some of those AP restoration items, but considering that was like 300 and something, I would need like 4 of the big one to be any good. Oh no, at this point AI is a lot better than it used to be. Like, too many fingers on hands is very uncommon now. It just keeps getting better and better. Where, like, if it looks too good, that's why people are just like, oh, this looks like AI art because it looks too good, right? Yeah. Not even text, like, a lot of that stuff is just, it's just improved on more and more. Like, of course, the people who make the AI, they know that they know these were problems with the earlier models, so of course they make sure to fix that stuff. So all the stuff that people were like, oh yeah, this is how you spot AI art, is just becoming less and less likely to happen with new iterations of these models. So. It's not like the turnaround time for these models is big either. They pump out those new models like a couple times a year. So it's definitely becoming harder and harder as time goes on. Sure, but again, it's just going to get improved with the next iteration again. It's going to become just absolutely impossible at some point to distinguish it from the real stuff. Yeah, Hero 34. Yeah, 152 damage. Rip that guy. Oh yeah, that was the early stuff was yeah fixing the AI at distinguishing stuff, especially the early the early image recognition stuff. Which I mean nowadays you can easily on your phone take a picture of something, select text, no problem, right? But a lot of that capture stuff was training that kind of AI, if you will. I mean, there's different people often lump AI together as like, a whole thing, but there's definitely different levels of AI. You have generative AI, which is the one that's like screwing all the artists over. But you have stuff like, selecting text on images. That one's a lot more helpful, if you will. So you can't really lump all this stuff together. The ones that take that take people's jobs and that's the bad kind of AI. Oh, give it time. Give it time. You gotta remember, like, how long has it been since AI became a thing? Like, less than 5 years, right? Like, it's crazy how much it's changed in just the little bit of time that we've given it. So, stuff is moving way faster than people realize here. It doesn't need to get perfect. It just needs to become. It just needs to get to the point where people like can't recognize it or whatever. Can't recognize the difference. That's all it needs. And it's definitely getting to that point very soon. If it isn't already there, for a lot of people, it definitely is there. People who don't realize, like an image at a glance, be like it's hard to tell it's AI generated. Sure, you can take the image and you can like inspect it very closely and like, oh, these faces look wrong and stuff like that. It's AI, but people aren't people don't do that for most of the stuff. Like you see it and it's like, oh wait, man, this this looks legitimate. You don't dig deep, right? So for the vast majority of people, like it's very easy to fall for. Oh, 100% does. Like how many grandmas have fallen for their grandchildren, like scams where like, oh, it's their grandchild calling, and they need money and stuff like that. Like that stuff definitely happens. Yeah, slop. Yeah, I mean it's everywhere. It's just like you're not gonna spend like 5 minutes on each image to dissect it and try to see if it's real or not. Like if it's something that seems unrealistic, then yeah, sure, you might take that extra time, but. Hey Hunter, how's it going? I mean, most humans don't think for themselves. AI is going to do a better job at thinking for itself than humans are. Yep. Oh, I didn't realize half my dudes are stunned here. That's annoying. I guess I can't cast on... Oh, that'll work. One father wanted to put money in AI stock. Yeah. Bubble will pop, but will it pop? It's just a matter of when, not if, but it's like people are definitely getting pissed off. They're definitely at the point where they're just like, how many jobs have been lost so far with AI, right? How many companies have been like, okay, well, AI can do the job of I can cut back half my workforce because AI is doing this stuff, and it does it poorly, obviously, because there's no way AI could do it, a job as well as a human can, but think of trying to get these people back afterwards. Like, alright, now the bubbles popped, what do we do? Hey, Mr. J, I am having fun. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, there's so much like stolen stuff that's been used to train these AI models. And of course, it's moved so fast that there's no way in hell like any of the laws can keep up with it. So, all they're getting away with all this stuff because it's very hard to stop it in time, kind of thing, right? Yeah, it's training on AI slop, yeah. It's true. Well, that's the thing. Like all that training data is like so integrated into the models. Like, how do you even you have no way of really removing it? You know what I mean? Like, you can't put the cat back in the bag. It's too late. Yeah, I mean, you'd have some sort of have some sort of like oversight in terms of what data they use, etc., etc. Just wouldn't happen. There's just no way any of that stuff could happen. Finally. Timber. God, there's so many scam ads on there. Reporting them does nothing because they get their money. They don't care. Camera should be on your side. You'd think, right? Bring it down. Yeah, I see so many scam ads. Ridiculous. Like YouTube's like, hey, they're giving me the cash. They can just keep upping these out, whatever. Saruman down. I guess that's it, right? We just had to kill Saruman. The one orc over on the other side who hasn't been doing anything. YouTube DLP, yeah. Second optional level Isengard, second wave. The ant's just doing a dance there. He's teabagging the orc he killed. Level 10. Almost hit level 11 Gandalf. Actually, Gandalf overtook Frodo. Frodo was like the furthest ahead in experience for a while, but I guess we haven't used him in a bit. No, there's no post game. I've already done the evil playthrough. Once you get credits, you're just like at 100% completion. You can keep fighting if you want, but there's no other matches, so. You can play as the Mordor side, or you can play as the Fellowship. So you do get two different playthroughs. They're both unlocked from the beginning, so. Alright, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. He doesn't have his big AoE yet. Legolas does, but we need to grind some more money. So maybe I can even use it. A good chunk of AP there. You can't hear Isengard without having the brain rot. Yeah, I know, right? Gotta take the hobbits to Isengard. Isengard, Isengard. You just roll back the environmental protection garden new AI centers, yeah. There's a lot of money coming in from those things, so. Who cares about environment when you got a lot of money coming in? Answer few, do not let the Uruks kill a single one. Oh, we can't let any of them die? Wow. Wait, what's the objective is just not let one of them die. How long do we have to last? Do we have to kill every enemy? That should be like Mission objective: kill every enemy. Winning condition: do not let a single end die. Like, that's not a mission objective. I can win that in one round. Makes no sense. Let's see. I'm at I think it was like 40 something percent of the fellowship side. We'll beat this today, almost guaranteed. But we'll see. Goal of the Eagles. It's just an eagle just shows up and like swings its feet, and then everybody just takes damage for no apparent reason. Only got one more Lord of the Rings, and then we're done. Nice hit. Of course, I missed the one dude I wanted to hit. How? How do you miss in point blank range at a tree? Mins don't exactly have agility. The Real's Fury. just counterattack. Yeah, I think, yeah, chatbots are definitely a scary thing. It's like people are basically just becoming like absolutely enthralled with the chatbot stuff. It's kind of scary. Yeah, exactly. They can get connection with real people, but that's the thing. They don't get that human interaction like they did back in the day. Kids aren't going outside to play. Crap. Oh man. It's 3 dudes. Finish off these guys ASAP. One of our guys is stunned? Which one? Probably the one next to alerts. That sucks. Move Gandalf there. This Aragorn's free over here. Need to heal my int buddy. Right between the legs. Yeah. I mean, it's good for like certain communities, but the majority, it's gonna be kind of hard to do. Hide behind this rock. Nice counterattack. Missed. Nice. Right. Should be fine now. How did he... I guess. Okay, I thought he was out of my melee range there. Victory! Living. Sam's really behind. Ventrilo. Mumble. So much for doing that in one turn. So if I get AoE on all three of the characters there, I'm gonna need, let's see, 30,000 for Aragorn, 1,500 for Gimli, and I think it was 2,500 for Legolas. So yeah, gonna take a while. 8,000, so I need to do like 20 of those Weathertop matches to do that. Might take a while. To give Frodo some more dexterity so he can not miss all the time. Damn. Almost killed the... that should be kind of hard. I mean, it would be hard. You just have to, like, walk up to him and melee him to death there in one shot. But trying to kill him without getting victory. You do less than 30 damage, maybe, and then more than 100 and whatever damage or health he's got. Actually, once we get the AoE with Aragorn, should be guaranteed to get the, I'm sure it's going to do more than 30 damage here. We don't have to move. And each time we're going to have to watch the animations, so that might slow things down a bit. Victory! Speed things up a bit. Probably turn radar off. Me just a run smoother. We turned off the radar. Be funny if that's like costing like 5 FPS just to render the mini map. Yeah, 3,000. That's gonna be enough for Aragorn's. Oops. One down. 2,500. I don't even know if Gimli's even going to have enough to cast this. I don't know how much the Earthquake's going to cost. So I might need another 200 on top of that to give him the Token of Will. Because it's probably 150 or something. The more people that have their AoE, the faster this is going to go. Really hope we get maps where we have like 4 or 5 of the Fellowship together and just cast all our AoEs and everything just dies. Alright, so I could probably just not even move and just have Aragorn use his ability here. It's 200 AP. More than enough. Leveled up Frodo. All of it. All of the experience. It's not really for XP, it's just for money. fact, now we could probably do the what's that other one? The courtyard one. Now they have both Aragorn and Gandalf that have those big AoEs. Probably do this one fairly easily in 2 rounds anyways. No, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't. Well, they only summon like, I don't know, 50 ghosts at the same time. Be even worse than this one because there's a lot of people already on the field. It's gonna crawl. That was just really bad optimization, obviously. They've already reduced the textures to like nothing compared to their PS2 counterparts. Missing kind of sucks. Counterattack works though. Nice. Oh, come on. The guy should have died like 3 times over there. Everybody missed. If we don't win this, then something's wrong. We get that RNG where everybody misses or gets blocked. Still think it's faster doing the other one. Like, I'm pretty sure I was able... Like, this was at 900 bucks. Pretty sure that doing the Weathertop like twice is gonna be more... It's gonna be way faster than doing that one once. Might just 800 versus 900, but probably could do it 3 times in the amount of time it took me to do that one. Turn a ring. Yeah. A long time ago. PS2's been around forever at this point. It's still a long ways to go before we get to the end. Especially now that we're in middle of console generations. So it's going to be around, then we're going to have the 360, we're going to have the PS3, we're going to have the Wii, we're going to have the DS, we're going to have the PSP, we're going to have the GBA. Everything's going to be around the same time, so it's going to definitely take a while before we get to the end of the PS2 era. Definitely not. Well, it's the top 3 tactics games on the PSP that I played so far. It's got some interesting ideas, like the combat system being this whole kind of like everybody's moving at the same time thing makes you think a little more. Since you can't just react to what the enemies do, but you have to kind of like, it's like chess. You have to like read ahead, think what your enemy's gonna do, and trying to counteract that. But it's definitely very repetitive. You know, the whole technical limitations definitely doesn't help things. That's pretty generous. It's definitely topped something. It's probably the best Lord of the Rings game on the PSP. I don't know, is there other Lord of the Rings games released in the PSP? With an asterisk attached. You know, there may be maybe like a really shitty Lord of the Rings hack and slash on it, I don't know. Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, this game is definitely meant to be played, you know, you play like one map and then you put it away. You know, I mean, playing like 12 maps in a row back to back, but if I wasn't playing this on real hardware, I would just think there's like an emulation issue there. Like, why is this game running so bad? But yeah, this is how it runs in the real stuff. That was a quick one. They should give us like money bonuses if you like get, depending on your turn bonus or whatever. That should be based on your survival and turn bonuses. That would give you an incentive to get into like killing things fast or whatever. And you get more money. And leveled up is always useful. Alright, 2,500 for Legolas's, then 1,500 for Gimli. Assuming I can even cast it. Yeah, Marvel Alliance I'll be playing on console. And there's probably a bunch of games on my list I have to like tag out the duplicates. Where games are just like same game ported to, you know, inferior hardware. Like the game's different, like the Third Age, for example, was completely different on handheld compared to console, but A lot of other ones are gonna like kind of blur the line there, where they're basically the same game with just tweaks to make it run on this hardware. Yeah, well, the Disgaea game is probably going to be playing all those on, well, I don't know. For Disgaea 1, obviously, we had the complete collection. There's no Disgaea 2 complete yet, right? So, you know, Disgaea 2 is probably more, you probably have more features in the PSP one than you do on the PS2, so, or on the PS2. The question is, are those features enough to warrant playing it on the PSP versus the PS2, which would be the more comfortable play, right? That's a tricky one. It's only on PC, oh yeah. Surprised they never released that in consoles. It just ended up being the 5th best PSP SRPG. Is there that few SRPGs on the PSP? We have all those... We have like Jeanne d'Arc, we have the... Just trying to look over here. Class of Heroes is like a... That's like a dungeon crawler, isn't it? I don't know which ones are... Wild Arms XF is probably better. We got... No, like the Hexes thing is probably going to be better. This Gungnir Tactical RPG probably is. Yeah, not counting the Disgaeas and stuff. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Ogre. I mean, all those are like, you know, remasters of games. But I'm gonna be playing those again anyways. I love how unimpressive Gandalf's spell looks compared to the Aragorn's. Summons a bird. Just poops on all the enemies. I'm sure it's different enough. I mean, I'll play it again. Cast that big AoE and still have enough for the small one? Take it. I mean, they look pretty, well, that's look pretty low polygon, and textures are absolutely like super low. Like when they zoom in, it's just like see no details except for maybe their faces and stuff. Like all the material of their armor and stuff. There's like 5 pixels on the entire texture. And the problem is just they didn't have enough time to make it work on the hardware, right? This is a super early PSP game, so it's very unlikely they had access to like the final development kit or like actual hardware till pretty late in the development. So, and of course, yeah, I mean, lack of time, because it's a licensed game, so of course they're going to be under extreme time pressure. Should be super easy now. I don't know about Wild Gamble. I mean, it was basically a portable PS2, right? That's the thing. Since it was pretty much a portable PS2, like, they 100% started this off on the PS2, and then they just kind of like, alright, let's throw this onto the PSP, and they're like, oh shit, PSP can't really run this all that well. Well, the Nintendo DS was obviously a new thing too. Something going to a dual screen thing. That probably wasn't very like a lot of developers probably were scared of that dual screen thing. Compared to the PSP being a more traditional handheld. And of course, Sony at this point was king when it comes to consoles. So it doesn't. Like, let's just kill himself there. Oh, it definitely did. I mean, compared to Nintendo stuff, Nintendo was always about, like, you know, like, the handheld experience was its own thing. The PSP was like, alright, we're gonna make console on the go. Nintendo was like, no, we're gonna make, like, this easier to use, easier to develop for handheld thing. Almost kill these guys in one round if I didn't miss half of the shots. Yeah, the Vita. Vita was a very nice, powerful system for the time. And, I mean, a lot of it is Sony just kind of like not doing a good job at, you know, pushing the Vita too. Unlike anything else, I mean, it was definitely more expensive than the handhelds. And handhelds, for the most part, even when, you know, the Vita came out, was still something that was geared more towards younger audiences, like something you would give to your kids so they don't have you don't take up the TV. And of course, you know, Sony on Sony's side, they're definitely geared more towards adults, which was, you know, great for places like Japan. Has a lot of transit and stuff like that. Not as big as in other places of the world. You're not going to be using it in Europe as you're riding your bike. You know what I mean? Or the US as you're driving to work. You know, it's definitely more common. Public transit is way more common in Japan. And that's the thing, yeah, exactly. Smartphones, when smartphones became a thing, handhelds pretty much had no chance. And smartphones were definitely becoming a thing when the Vita came out. I mean, the Vita, for all intents and purposes, was trying to be a smartphone. Like, there was a freaking cell phone enabled one there. You can have data and with cell service. All right, Gimli's skill now. Let's do one more match because I'm sure this one's going to probably be at least 150. Maybe not, but. Yeah, the Xperia phone was awesome. Flip it up, and you got game controls there. Back then, I was working retail, like with cellular stuff, and that thing was the coolest thing. Sold a bunch of those. Of course, the whole App Store with Apple, when that became a more common thing, then yeah. I'm surprised they're not more common considering. I guess there's plenty of emulation handhelds that use Android and stuff like that. They're basically similar, but yeah. Sliding stuff. I mean, it is harder to engineer those because, you know, you have anything that has any sort of breaking point there. You gotta do a good job at engineering it so it doesn't get broken easily. Play a Neo Pocket Play. Yeah, it looks similar to it. Doesn't look anywhere near as cool as the Xperia, though. That thing had style. Easy peasy. Sam finally got level 11. All right. Let's get that just in case. Don't know if it's going to be needed, but better safe than sorry. 20% to reduce armor by 20%. Alright, so no real point in picking up this one unless it gives me more damage. This one plus 30 damage could be useful. But others aren't going to be using their, like, super attacks in any of the matches. Alright. So who's left now? I guess just Sam and Frodo are the only ones who didn't get their big AoE attacks, so...
The shadow is upon us, Aragorn. The end has come.
Oh no.
It will not be our end, but his.
You ride to war, but not to victory. You're outnumbered, Aragorn. You need more men.
There are none.
There are those who dwell in the mountain.
Those aren't men, those are ghosts.
Murderers.
The way is shut. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it.
What is it? What do you see?
I see shapes of men. They have been seen.
The dead do not suffer the living to pass.
Well, time to kill them all again. I guess they only spawn a few at a time. So much for using our big AoEs. So we gotta kill how many dead and... Yeah, 5 dead in 10 turns, so no point in wasting our super attacks, I guess. Zoinks! Okay, so I would have had enough without that without that AP thing, but I can use your earthquake. Figured it wouldn't do that much damage. Enough to kill that guy, I guess. That's all that matters. He was like, wait for me! Okay, now we have more than enough ghosts on the field. I did. Kind of ironic, using the power of dead on the dead. It's like, where are these guys coming from? That's a good question. I mean, at 1440p, so probably like 4 times, 5 times, I don't know. Because the component output of the PSP basically puts it at native resolution, so 270p. Yeah, it's basically 5 times. But then, of course, yeah. That's coming off my retro tank, and then, of course, it's shrinking it. So it's not native for the stream, I guess, but everything's still alive. Not for long, I guess. Yeah, exactly. That's why I have it going at 1440p, just to give it a sharper image. Plus, I mean, 1440p is mainly for like the PS2 and stuff, because if I had the RetroTink at 1080p, I would either have to, have it come in at 2 times, which would I'd lose a bunch of stuff on my screen, or put it at 3 times, which is overscan, which would be bad. But at 1440p, at 480p, it's like exactly 3 times, so it's perfect for that. Could add some scan lines. Let's add some fancy scan lines. Make it look like the PSP. I don't know. What does the PSP even have? Probably doesn't capture all that well. Yeah, if I wasn't like, 'cause I'm blowing up the thing on the screen to make it fit. If I wasn't for that, this is basically what you'd be seeing on your TV. Just this little tiny thing in the middle. Which, so this is basically the capture from the PSP, pretty much. And I'm blowing it up to 3 times to make it, you know. Well, I guess not really that. I mean, it would have to be, since it's 16 by 9, it would be more like, yeah, this is basically what you're getting from the PSP here. I'm blowing it up 3 times to make it fit. Upgraded armor. It's another easy match. Still takes 4 turns though. The other match should definitely be more bang for your buck. 900 for 4 turns. It's Gilead. So we got Frodo, Gandalf, Faramir showing up. Alright, so it's a good time to get Frodo his spell, I guess. 22,000. Oh yeah, the like the different scan line things. I mean, it probably does something like the actual video probably gets smoother in different ways, even though obviously the scan lines would be too small for it to be captured. The way it encodes it just makes it look smoother, possibly. Of course, the PSP is an LCD screen, so it's kind of, I don't think there's any scanline things. I mean, I could probably manually put one together that makes it look kind of like the PSP would, but too much effort. I'd also have to, like, put it onto, like, sharp, so it's, you know, you get the crunchy stuff, and then instead of the smooth. Oh god. What is it doing? It's pre-scarlet even do, it's just like, let's just make it look worse. Exponential. Gaussian, LCD. There you go, put some scan lines. probably some stuff I could do to make it like really. Those were definitely very blocky blocks. Go back to a nice smooth look. God, I hope somebody can finish this guy off. Alright, should be enough for Frodo. TV, handling SCART, RGB. Yeah. That's the thing, at least Europe has SCART. It's definitely one of the better looks out of the PS2 they can get. I mean, Component still looks pretty good, but imagine SCART probably looks even better. Frodo must survive. Frodo must not die. Kill the Witch King. Alright. This sphere is especially useful in this map. What if we just kill everything first?
All our hopes now lie with two little hobbits.
Except Gandalf's with them.
The strike is soon.
Yeah, wasn't it like Frodo and Sam here?
It will strike hard.
Shouldn't it be Frodo and Sam and not Gandalf and Sam and Frodo?
Bind their hands.
Well, it's very expensive making CRTs, right? These big-ass vacuum tubes, they're very expensive.
Faramir, the orcs have taken the eastern shore. Their numbers are too great.
We had factories that could just pump those things out, but now that those factories don't exist, it's like, yeah, you can't really do that as a boutique thing.
Stay here.
We can't hold them. The city is lost. Tell the men to break cover.
So the closest thing you can do is like upscalers with like CRT filters and stuff like that to make it look as close to what people remember. I mean, CRTs just look bad in general compared to modern TVs. It's the nostalgia factor, right? People remember these things looking better because they were designed for these screens that were like piss poor quality compared to the modern stuff. So of course things look better because everything was like basically you smeared some Vaseline on the screen, right? Oh god, yeah, they're very dangerous to work on too. You can easily die by if you work on one of those things and don't carefully, you know. Who didn't move? Oh, this guy. Okay, the goal is to kill the Witch King, who's not even on the map yet, so let's not use our AoEs just yet. $20.15. Good job, Frodo. Really couldn't have finished that guy off. No reinforcements yet? Damn, good hit. Alright. Oh wow. They're close. Okay, that orc up there is going to die to the AoE attacks, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. Let's head down this way. Oh wait, we don't have the Witch King yet. Oh well, at least we'll get a chunk of dudes out of the way, potentially. Missed degossing. The joys of degossing. Man, both my guys didn't miss there. I could have easily killed that guy. I gotta pick up the Storm of Ishtar 3. Nice. No, not my soldier. Here comes the other dudes. Aw. I was gonna use this, like, huh, can't hit me. Now he's... He should be fine. Not enough to kill him. Poisoned. That poison's actually going to be kind of a pain, though. Oops, got to move the other guys. Oops. That was bullshit. He was stunned. If you hit somebody who's stunned, they shouldn't unstun them. Of course, Gandalf's stunned now, because he got his attack last. Now Gandalf can't attack or move. That's so unfair that, you know... Gandalf is still affected, but he's not, because we hit him after he stunned him. Like, that gives a big disadvantage for anybody who has like high speed, because if they have a stun, unless you got nobody else to attack that person, the person's still gonna have a turn to do whatever the hell they want. It's weird. I guess fear, if they're feared, they just run off in whatever direction. Does that get rid of fear? Because it gets rid of stun. The answer is no, it doesn't. It's not fair. Just in case. we still in stealth? I don't think so. Doesn't look like we are. Killing him this turn. Witch King down. Frame rate's running so much smoother now it doesn't have to render like every one of the Witch King's spikes. Skilliath second wave. Strong spirit attack. Because he probably has enough mana to cast his AoE and then just like throw this on for good measure. Oops. Probably good to get the Light of Myar 3 as well. Let's take the optional one. Kill all Fairmere mustn't die. Get both your heroes to Faramir's aid as fast as you can. Faramir and the Gondor Rangers. I would totally watch that show. Go, go, Faramir Rangers. It's really annoying. I can't move the cursor up here from down over here because there's like blocks in the way. You can't go up there. Go round and over. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say so. Well, if he moves first, I don't know if he's got more speed than Gandalf. Then no matter where Gandalf moves. Although I guess if Gandalf goes this way, he can still get out of his ZOC. I think. Oops. But if he moves to the right, he probably won't be able to. Maybe. No, he should still be able to. I don't know. Either way, let's do this. Faramir is slightly surrounded. Those rangers up there are gonna have a bad time. Called the Mega Gondor. Mega Gondor assemble! $15. 15 is being extremely generous. I mean, you don't play this game for the FPS, to be fair. Well, it's just like any shonen anime, right? By the end of this, by the end of the 10th season, you know, they're just, you know, they're encountering people that can still kick their ass, even though they've got enough power to take on gods themselves, pretty much. It's like, how are these people? How are they still finding people that can still take them on? It's nice that we can soften all the enemies down to like half their health right off the bat. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Faramir should be fine here. Can't quite cast that one right off the bat, but like one more turn I probably will be able to. So I have no idea what the hell the MAR, RAR, and MAD, RAD means in these stats. Adrad, Marrar. Magic attack, I don't know. Magic attack? Yeah, no. It's really confusing. And these guys have DR, AR. No idea. So he's getting all the crits here, what the hell? Should buy some of those, like, AP restoration items. Need to do that. Oh, I guess that entire thing is considered a wall, so that's why I can't cast over here. Because I don't have a line of sight. Even though I should totally have line of sight. Like, I could totally see these guys, but no, that's considered a wall. It's bullshit. Damn, get wrecked. More to Isekai, I mean, you don't really have a choice. 90% of the anime is Isekai. Oh, we survived that with 1 hit point. Where did that ring wraith go? He like moved back and then moved forward. That was really weird. Game's clearly cheating there. It's like, oh, I'm gonna move away. Oh shit, he's moving away. Let me move back. Might still lose here because Buddy Boy's about to die. Let's make a save so we don't have to like restart the mission. I forgot. No. Good thing I'm saving now and not like before, because the frame rate would have been horrible. Oops. Horrible if I tried to save when there was a bunch of dudes on the field. Teacher getting drunk, it's getting super strong when drunk. Yell Hazard? I don't think I've ever seen that one. Yeah, I never really watched a lot of the older anime stuff. That's before my time for anime. And the Ring Wraith just doesn't want to die, he's just running away. It's like, please don't kill me. I could just Call of Eagles him again. Anybody else can reach him. Hooray, that was easy. Yeah, those AoE attacks are definitely key to winning these. Oh god, I'm gonna play so much anime when I get to the PS4 era. So much. It's gonna be all anime. Available on VHS, yeah. I mean, I guess if you had the money to go and, you know, get these VHS. Pretty sure the only thing I saw was the stuff that was on TV, like Dragon Ball Z. But I imagine in Europe they had a lot more different things. Aragorn, Gandalf again. Protect your flags. At least we just have to protect our flags, not like, you know, capture them like the enemy side. Alright, let's make Aragorn and yeah, let's buy... Let's get the Light of the Maiar 3. He's got Andy Rose Fury 3. But yeah, already had access. It's just chance to stun, which I'm not gonna waste my money on that. More Spirit might be useful though. Something actually more Dexterity. That's right, Age appreciate the first anime babes. Yeah. Were they? You realize they had Sailor Moon bare naked ladies videos. Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune were not cousins. They totally were. Explicit couple, except in the U.S. Yeah, well, you know, that era wasn't exactly an era that was accepting that kind of stuff. Oh, there's some parts of the U.S. obviously that are, but a lot of other parts are totally fine with it. Yeah, it's pretty much the only two anime that were like shown on like national TV back then. Yeah, pretty much, especially in the US. In Europe, sex no problem, blood bad. US, blood and gore no problem. You have one tit, holy shit, no. Keep this off the TV. Can't have, you know, kids seeing tits. Those are bad. weird thing. Driving age the other day, you're in school, legally get a permit at age 15. Yeah. Well, that's why I don't know about the states. I know in Canada usually you have there's or at least in Ontario anyways, you have G1, G2 license. G1 license, you have to have somebody else in the car with you that has their full G license. G2, I don't think you need somebody else, but it's still kind of a learner's permit until you get your full G license. But yeah, G1, you need to have somebody else with your full G license. Yeah, get them used to driving before they start drinking. That way they have a few years of experience driving before they try driving drunk. Alright, protect your flags. Aragorn must survive. Got waves, so gotta save our AoEs maybe until we get second wave potentially.
Minas Tirith, City of Kings. Make way! Sauron moves to strike the city of Minas Tirith. Here the hammerstroke will fall.
Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of like
We come to it at last.
19-year-olds were visiting that state. The parties.
Courage is the best defense that you have now. Prepare for battle! Bring them down!
Cut it out of your system. Yeah, get them drunk at the age where they can't really afford alcohol. That way it's harder to get a dependency. Alright, might as well just use your AoEs right off the bat here. Just, I mean, there's gonna be multiple waves. By the time we get a second wave, we might have, like, enough AoE or enough juice kind of back. I can imagine. So driving at 17? Yeah, sounds about right. It's a smart idea. You know, can't drive unless you have somebody else in the car that knows how to drive. second batch of dudes. I should have bought some of those mana regeneration items. That's what I should have done. Do that with their next batch of money, I guess. For occasion when the roads are empty. Nice. Gandalf got feared. Enemies are not going to get close enough. I could just... I don't need to stand on top of my flags. This fear thing is really annoying. Another couple rounds and you'll have enough mana. More reinforcements. Another turn, maybe, and you'll get his AoE attack. Yeah, probably scary to be a passenger in a new learner's car. Next turn I'll have enough. Nice counter. Good thing we didn't cast our AoE last turn. Would have missed like 2 dudes. Make sure the Lich King, or the Lich King, the Witch King dies. That guy's dead for sure. Can't hit anybody else anyways. They'll come back in punches, yeah. Damn, wouldn't want to live in that place. I mean, here it's usually after work, you know, all the government places close at the same time, so you have like everybody leaving downtown. Yeah, I can imagine. Don't have to worry about traffic jams from beaches in the holidays in this part of the world. Holy crap. How is there that many lanes, first of all? I mean, obviously with that much traffic, that's definitely a thing, but my god. Yeah. How is he not dead yet? What the fuck? Hurry up and die. Oops. I guess I need to move him away so he doesn't... Wow. Double miss. Rip that soldier. I guess these guys are actively going for the flags. By coming for us. I think he changed his mind. He was coming for us. Victory! Automated driving worked as intended, yeah. Yeah, like the spacing would be so that, you know, vehicles could easily merge in without having to worry. Because obviously traffic is caused by humans. By humans being human. All it takes is one person to slam on the brakes and then, like, next thing you know, you got like a massive traffic jam. Yeah, it's true. Now it's like the first ones go, and the second one starts going, and the third one starts going, and then the fourth one honks. Or rather, the first one is staring at their phone, and like for 5 seconds, where the one behind him honks. It's probably more likely what's going to happen. Yeah, exactly. Like the Phantom will last for like another 15 minutes. It's just Frodo. Guess we're gonna get Sam his AoE. $2,500. Alright. Before we grind for that, though, I did a save already. Let me pause the timer here for a minute. And take a quick break, grab some food and all that stuff. Then we'll continue on. Head towards the end of this one, so I'll be back in a few minutes and continue on. So we'll be right back in a bit.